Come to order. The chair recognizes Representative Ammon, who will move the House adjourn from the session of March 12, 2026. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The House is adjourned. The House will attend to a prayer by House Chaplain Reverend Kevin Trombley, pastor of Restoration Foursquare Church in Concord.
Good morning. If you'd allow me a grace for a moment. Welcome back, Mr. Speaker. Let's pray. God of wisdom and justice, we pause at the opening of this day, mindful of the responsibility entrusted to those gathered here. We ask for wisdom. Grant these representatives clear minds to understand the issues before them, steady hearts when decisions are difficult, and humility to listen well to one another. We acknowledge that each person in this chamber arrived here by a different path. Some sit on one side of the aisle, some on the other. Each was supported by communities, parties, and voters who believed in them and entrusted them with this responsibility. Yet today we remember the work of this body reaches far beyond any single district or affiliation. Those who serve here carry the responsibility of serving the entirety of the people of the state of New Hampshire. Grant them the wisdom to hold their convictions with integrity while remembering the broader good of all whom they represent. Give them courage to pursue what is right rather than what is easy, patience when debate grows heated, and grace when disagreement arises. Help them remember that behind every policy, every vote, every discussion are the lives of neighbors, families, and communities across this state who look to this chamber with hope for thoughtful leadership. For those carrying heavy burdens today, concerns for family, health, or the weight of leadership itself, we ask that they would find strength and steadiness for the work before them. May wisdom guide every word spoken here today, and may the work done within these walls contribute to the good of all the people of this state. Amen.
The chair recognizes a member from Hudson, Representative Dylan Dumont, who will lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. The chair recognizes the Hudson Middle School Choir, who will now sing our national anthem. If I could have everybody's attention for a minute. As most of you know, I had a pretty serious fall. I want to thank every one of you for your thoughts and prayers. I still got to have an operation on my back, but I will be here as much as I can possibly be here. But all your well wishes and your prayers and everything else means the world to me. So, thank you. I felt it was important that I come here and say that. I'm going to get through a little bit of the thing, and I wish I could stay up here all day, but I know I can't, so I'm going to be realistic. The chair recognizes Representative Potenza and Reverend Peter Chamberlain of the Granite State Baptist Church for his special presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and honorable members of the House. Today, as part of the commemoration of America's 250th anniversary, we are honored to have on display the first Bible printed in America, the 1782 Aiken Bible. This is the only Bible ever approved by Congress and recommended to the people of the United States, including for use in schools. The original copy, located in the anteroom, was printed just 6 years after the Declaration of Independence and 5 years before the adoption of the Constitution. I encourage all members to take a moment to view the extraordinary piece of our nation's history and to take photographs if you wish. We are also joined today by Granite State Baptist Church, which has generously provided an Aiken Bible for any representative or senator that would like one. They will have a table set up in the hall right outside the back entrance of the House and the Senate chamber for distribution. And now, Mr. Speaker, it is my honor to introduce Pastor and Dr. Peter Chamberlain, who will offer a brief message.
Thank you so much for this tremendous opportunity, and we are thankful on behalf of Granite State Baptist Church, New Hampshire Cornerstone, and churches here in New Hampshire to be able to distribute these, to be able to offer these personalized for our representatives, also our Senate, all the way to the corner office for Governor Ayotte. And so if you'd like to, during your breaks and recess, be able to see the Bible in the anteroom, and then we will be out here in the hallway. But on behalf, we would like to present one to Speaker Packard for his personal collection, and then also on behalf to the official State House for the archives to be able to have in their records for these years to come. And so thank you very much for this time and this opportunity.
The House will attend to a communication.
Mr. Speaker, in a letter dated March 25, 2026, to the Honorable Paul Smith, Clerk of the House, Dear Paul, please be advised that the following representative-elect was sworn into office by the Governor and Executive Council on this day for Carroll County District Number 7, Roberta Bobby Budman of Wolfboro. Sincerely, David M. Scanlon, Secretary of State.
Welcome to the New Hampshire House. The House will attend to requests for leaves of absence.
Mr. Speaker, the day, illness, Representatives Bucco, Cambrills, Freemill, Gilman, Kesselring, Manohar, and Thaxton. The day, important business, Representatives Boschman, England, Gibbs, Robley Hall, Harvey, Hegner, Levitt, Tim Mannion, McFarland, McLean, Muirhead, Michael Murphy, Reed, Summers, and Verville.
These leaves of absence shall be granted unless otherwise by the House. The House will attend to the introduction of guests.
Mr. Speaker, please welcome Andrew King and Natalie Brooks, students at Bishop Brady High School, our pages for the day. Mr. Speaker, please welcome Ethan Young, guest of Representative David Page, Michelle Roussel Buckley and Adam Thompson, guests of Representative Darby, and Crystal Perry, guest of Representative Sheehan. They are with us in the gallery today.
Welcome to the New Hampshire House. Chair recognizes the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have two messages. Mr. Speaker, the Senate concurs with the House on the passage of the following entitled bill and resolution sent from the House. House Bill 1815 relative to education financing. And the Committee on Enrolled Bills has examined and found correctly enrolled the following entitled House and Senate bills. House Bills 323, 1110, 1119, 1373, and 1379.
The House will now attend to the consent calendar.
Mr. Speaker, there are no bills to be removed from the consent calendar.
Representative Osborne moves that the consent calendar with the relevant amendments as printed in today's record be adopted. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the consent calendar is adopted. The House will now attend to the regular calendar. Majority of the Committee on Finance, to which was referred House Bill 112FN, an act requiring students in the university and community college systems of New Hampshire to pass the United States Citizenship and Immigration Services Civics Naturalization Test, take a course that covers fundamental American documents as part of the general education curriculum, or pass a civics course competency test. Consider the same, report the same with a recommendation that the bill ought to pass. Senator Dan McGuire from the majority of the committee. Minority of the committee, having considered the same, being unable to agree with the majority, report with the following resolution. Resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Representative Eileen Kelly for the minority. Chair recognizes Representative Kelly.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and welcome back. In 2021, Governor Sununu vetoed House Bill 319, which was essentially the same bill as House Bill 112. The governor stated that the legislation would represent the first time the legislature has imposed a universal graduation requirement for students at our public colleges and universities. And, he further stated, that this would create a precedent for future legislatures to mandate extreme requirements. In order to graduate, New Hampshire public high school students must pass the United States Citizenship and Immigration Services Naturalization Test. Approximately 53% of our high school students attend the New Hampshire university system, and 94% of the community college system students are in-state students. Therefore, the majority of these students have already passed this test in high school. Tracking which higher education students have met the requirement, along with exemptions, will be challenging. Implementing this test requirement will come with costs, as the bill tasks the university system and community college system with developing procedures for test administration, certification, and result recording, as well as managing exemptions. The high school citizenship test requirement bill led to the Department of Education outsourcing many of these functions, costing around $500,000 to implement, and they recently requested approval for a $800,000 contract with a vendor over the next 5 years. Knowledge of civics is important to a successful democracy, but mandating this test at the college level does not really achieve the desired educational goal of good citizenship. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chair recognizes Representative Moffat.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. That guy, George Washington, before he gave one of his most famous speeches in 1782, put glasses on for like first time. So anyway, here we go. So several years ago, we did pass HB 320, mentioned earlier, requiring every high school graduate to pass the 128-question naturalization exam. It had bipartisan support. Sponsorship sailed through both houses. Governor even had a signing ceremony. It's been a major success story. Now this bill, HB 112, is a sister measure to the high school requirement. It requires all graduates from public colleges to also pass the test. Students who've passed the high school exam are exempt, of course. But this bill, what does this bill do? It covers gaps. There are older students who come back to college. Why shouldn't they also have a foundation of civic knowledge? We have out-of-staters. We have a lot from Massachusetts who don't take this test in Massachusetts like we do in New Hampshire. Why should they be not required to have this basic fundamental civics knowledge? So the civics test is not a panacea that will by itself solve the knowledge crisis, and it is a crisis. But it does involve measuring and mastering a large body of important fundamental civics knowledge, the stuff that new citizens have to look at and study. So we were told, we just heard this test would set a precedent that other states don't have this requirement, but it's not true. Florida, North Dakota, Missouri, and other states have this requirement. And elite colleges like Purdue University understand the desire and the importance of every graduate from a place like Purdue to have a basic knowledge of how government works. So we were told that it was, and we just heard this, it's not our business to support requiring assessments like this. Actually, it's very much the people's business. We've been told that to butt out, it's not our job, that we shouldn't have any impact on curriculum. Well, if the people want this, if the legislature want this, and if it's a public college and it's something that we certainly are within our bounds to support. And finally, there's the cost, which you just heard about. There should not even be a fiscal note. I went to OLS and I asked where they get the outrageous numbers, some of which you just heard. And they said they went to post-secondary and asked post-secondary, what would it cost to administer this assessment? And according to the fiscal note, UNH would have to spend $130,000 to hire someone to give the test. Plymouth would have to hire somebody at $130,000 to give the test. Keene would have to hire somebody at $130,000 to give the test. Now, I would point out that every high school in the state, large and small, give this test without having to hire somebody at $130,000. So the fiscal note, there should not be a fiscal note. And again, I spent 32 years in post-secondary education, 20 years in community college system, 12 years in the university system. I gave countless assessments, exams, exercises online. This can be put online. It is online. And we have robust admissions offices and register offices. That's their job, is to evaluate online credit. They do that. That's already in place. So it's amended, and finally it's amended. The college students don't even have to take this test, as was the case with the earlier bill. If they take a related course or if they document a related competency. So parents, supporters, and citizens hope that this legislature will assert itself and our constituents, and that members will press the shiny green button of knowledge. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The motion before us is a majority committee report of order pass. A division has been requested. Members, take your seats. Representative Judy's asked for a roll call. Is that sufficiently seconded? It is sufficiently seconded. This will be a roll call vote. The motion before us, Majority Committee Report of Order Pass on House Bill 112. This is a roll call vote. Chair recognizes Representative Kate Murray for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I recognize the importance of education and civics, but if I believe that the legislature should not be mandating any course requirement for the university system in New Hampshire or the community college system, whether in civics or any other subject, and if I know that 50% of the students from UNH and close to 94% of the students in the community college system have already taken this exam in high school because the New Hampshire public high school students must pass a prescribed test, civics test, and if I know that implementing this test will have costs for administration, certification, recording, and tracking of exemptions, which could cost anywhere from $200,000 to $500,000, and this will cause an extraordinary amount of additional work and futile paperwork. And if I know that in 2021, the governor vetoed HB 319, which is essentially the same bill as HB 112, would I now push the red button to defeat this motion? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chair recognizes Representative Waller for a parliamentary inquiry. Make sure you turn your voting stations on.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that our universities have been teaching some adverse theories of our country's history, and if I further
House will
know
be in order.
that requiring them to test students who have not earlier passed the Citizen and Immigration Services test may cause the state schools to teach a version of our history that will prepare them for this test, will I then support a real history by pressing the green button? Thank you.
The motion before us is the Majority Report of Order Pass on House Bill 112. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Snodgrass.
If all members present had an opportunity to vote, House will tend to stay to the vote. 191 voting yea, 157 voting nay. House report is adopted. All right, I am going to turn over the chair as I have done in the past, but I've been in some severe pain, so I thank you all for putting up with me for the past half hour.
Sweet. The Committee on Finance, to which was referred House Bill 629 FN, an act raising the cost of a boat decal fee and allocating the funds collected by such fees to the Dam Maintenance Fund. I just read them. Having considered the same report, the same with the recommendation that the bill ought to pass, Representative Peter Leishman for the committee. For what reason does the member rise?
Mr. Speaker, I move that House Bill 629 be laid on the table and ask for a division vote.
Representative Dan McGuire moves to lay House Bill 629 on the table. This will be a division vote. Members, take your seats. The question is whether to lay House Bill 629 on the table. Representative Dan McGuire is recognized for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that dam maintenance is a worthy thing to fund, but if I also know that it is part of other needs that lakes have, and if I know that those needs also include cyanobacteria and other issues, and if I know that the best way to fund these things is through a comprehensive plan that would be part of the next budget, would I now press the green button?
Representative Leishman is recognized for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know House Bill 629 was filed as a result of a comprehensive bipartisan legislative study committee in 2024 to study alternatives for funding, operations, maintenance, and repairs of the 276 state-owned dams. And if I also know, Mr. Speaker, that the Resource, Recreation, and Development Committee voted 15-0 ought to pass as amended back on September 24th, and I also know that House Bill 629 passed the full House on a voice vote back on January 7th. Finally, if I know the House Finance Committee, after a thorough review, voted 25-0 to move this bill forward, wouldn't I oppose the tabling motion and vote red? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The question is whether to lay House Bill 629 on the table, and this is a division vote, and he's got a long way to go. You don't have to run. All right. If you are in favor of tabling, press the green button. Opposed, press the red. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. Have all members present had the opportunity to vote? The House will attend to the state of the vote. 155 in the affirmative, 192 in the negative, swing and a miss, the motion fails. The question is a majority committee report of ought to pass. Are you ready for the question? Did somebody say division? No? Okay, good. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed, nay? No.
Ayes have it. Committee reports adopted. The majority of the Committee on Finance, to which was referred House Bill 1130 FN, an act relative to judicial performance evaluations. Having considered the same, report the same with the following amendment and the recommendation that the bill ought to pass with amendment. Representative Carol McGuire from the majority of the committee. The minority of the committee, having considered the same and being unable to agree with the majority, report with the following resolution. Resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Representative Rosemary Rung for the minority of the committee. For what reason does the member rise?
To make a motion, Mr. Speaker,
State your motion.
to lay HB 1130 on the table.
The motion is to lay House Bill 1130 on the table.
Division vote, please.
I'm sorry?
A request for a division vote.
And a division's been requested. This will be a division vote. Members, take your seats. The question is whether to lay House Bill 1130 on the table. Representative Mark Page is recognized for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, if I know HB 1130 amounts to an unfunded mandate on the judicial branch, and if I know that this bill will not improve and actually may undermine the administration of justice, and therefore debate on its merits is unnecessary, would I then press the green button to table it?
Representative Lynn is recognized for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that this bill makes important changes to strengthen the judicial accountability through the evaluation process, and if I know that the bill was developed in consultation with the Chief Justice of the Supreme Court, and if I lastly know that the Finance Committee made a number of amendments to accommodate questions raised by certain judges, then would I press the red button so that we may have a full debate on this bill? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The question is whether to lay House Bill 1130 on the table. This is a division vote. If you're in favor, press the green button. Opposed, press the red. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Sullivan.
Have all members present had an opportunity to vote? The House will attend to the state of the vote. 156 in the affirmative, 194 in the negative. Tabling fails. The committee amendment is 1099H, printed in House Record 12 on page 20. Question is on adoption of the amendment. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed, nay. Ayes have it. The amendment's adopted. Now, the main motion of ought to pass with amendment. Representative Mark Page is recognized to speak against the committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to oppose HB 1130 as amended. This legislature may have authority to pass this bill imposing mandates on the judiciary in its evaluation of judges, including requiring publication of individual judges' personnel evaluations, among other things. But we should cautiously exercise that power, careful to avoid a slippery slope that erodes imperceptibly at first the separation of powers. Yet this bill puts us on that path. But to begin with, consider its financial impact. The legislature provides no funding to implement these mandated requirements under HB 1130, so the judiciary assumes the costs. That branch, the judiciary, estimates implementation requires the not insignificant sum of up to $180,000, including the hiring of a new six-figured salaried bureaucratic administrator. With courts already facing backlogs resulting in justice delayed for too many, is it sensible for us to layer on mandates that divert court resources and frustrate the efficient administration of justice? Quite apart from that, consider the bill's implications from an employee improvement perspective. Remember, this bill will now make judicial evaluations public, which may at first blush seem like a good idea. But if the goal is to grow judges as professionals, this bill undermines that objective by requiring all performance reviews to consider comments from parties that have appeared before the judge and then require that judge's evaluation be open to the public. How does publicizing essentially an employment evaluation for all the world to see, something with no parallel in any other professional context that I know of, improve a judge's performance and effectiveness? It won't. It will remove from the process cornerstones of professional improvement, frank and confidential conversations that are necessary to improve an individual job performance, including a judge's. Publication transforms a tool for professional development into a political target that chips away at judicial independence. Understanding their personnel review will be public, judges may be incentivized to avoid controversial but legally sound rulings to maintain a favorable public record amounting to defensive judging. This cuts against what we should want our courts to do: rule without fear or favor, apply law to facts. We may disagree with the judge's decision, but we must surely agree in their independence to make it. Of equal concern is that this bill could jeopardize the judge's safety. Those who disagree with the judge could leverage openly available evaluations to harass or target them, a fear expressed in testimony. And let's face it, the internet is going to do its thing. Yet we provide no funding to address security issues that this bill creates, a troubling omission given the rise in violence and threats to judges. To be sure, many of us have been frustrated by recent activities coming out of the judicial branch. This is probably a bipartisan sentiment. But to the extent that this bill appeals as a means to scratch your judicial frustration itch, consider other available remedies. We can change court behavior more directly, and we try that all the time. By clarifying statutes, for example, when we disagree with a court interpretation. And then the public, with elections, holds us accountable, leaving judges free to do their job of calling balls and strikes, as Chief Justice Roberts noted in 2005. And he also noted, and it's fitting on opening day, that no one goes to a baseball game to watch the umpire. That's something that this bill is inviting us to do. So for those reasons, Mr. Speaker, I urge a vote against the OTPA motion and request a division.
Representative Lynn is recognized to speak for the committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Colleagues, this bill makes several important additions to invigorate, if you will, the judicial evaluation process. First, and very significantly, it includes as part of the evaluation process in-court observations of the judge by other judges. That's something that has not been part of the evaluation process before, and it is it will be a very significant addition. Secondly, it extends the evaluation process to include not only full-time judges, who have been covered since 2001, but also part-time, senior active, and judicial referees. And lastly, and I think most importantly, it provides that the scores received by judges shall be reported as they are now, but instead of being reported anonymously. In other words, the way it works now is, let's say 5 Superior Court judges were evaluated this year. The way the report that's public would be issued, it would say 5 judges were evaluated, and here are the scores that were received, but you don't know the identity of the judges. Under the new under this bill, the identity of the judges would be disclosed. And as I said before, I have to emphasize this. This provision, as well as the other provisions in the bill, were adopted in consultation with the Chief Justice of the Supreme Court. The other couple of things that I should point out is that when there were legitimate concerns raised by the judges to several things in the original bill, first, the Judiciary Committee made some changes. For example, one of the things that I think the judges legitimately complained about is, as part of the questionnaires that are part of the evaluation process, the people that get the questionnaires, they not only check off a score for the various factors that are listed, but they also make comments. The judges were very concerned that the comments should not be part of the public, of what is disclosed publicly. In other words, they will be disclosed within the judicial branch, but should not be disclosed publicly. And candidly, they had a very good point there, because often, very often, what happens is the comments reflect the result, the comments of people who lost in the litigation, and they're very unhappy, and they make all kinds of really sort of outrageous allegations. Having been through the process myself, I can tell you it happens quite without question. It happens quite frequently, particularly in family law cases. The other changes these were made by the Finance Committee is one of the things that had originally been called for in the bill was a statistical analysis of the case processing times of various judges, of all the judges that were evaluated. The circuit court judges raised a legitimate concern, at least partially legitimate concern, and let me tell you about the caveat in a minute. But their concern was, they said, look, the way the circuit court works right now, the judges are not responsible for their scheduling. It's the clerks that do the scheduling. And so it would be unfair to sort of hang on any particular judge. How come it took you longer in your court than some other judge in their court, when they don't have any control over that? That's a fair point. The Finance Committee made an amendment, which we've already approved, to deal with that. Question, this is something that's not for now, but something that I think deserves further discussion with the judiciary, is whether that system of letting the clerks be the ones that entirely do the scheduling is a good thing, but that's a debate for another day. The last thing that I want to raise here, and because I think it's really important to address this issue about security. There's no question that security of judges is a real issue. And again, you might think that there would be the most pressing area would be in criminal cases. It's not. It's in family law cases. Those are the ones that tend to generate the most animosity, the most likelihood of some kind of threat against a judge or something like that. So I'm certainly concerned, and the committee was certainly concerned about security. But the security issue that is raised here, I submit respectfully, is really a red herring. Because understand, the people that have the angst against a judge, they already know who the judge is. It's the judge that was presiding over their case. So that's, they already know that information. So this whole idea that somehow this is gonna affect the security of a judge if we make the scores public, I really think is a red herring. For all these reasons, colleagues, this is an important bill that strengthens the accountability of judges. And remember, judges, unlike anyone else in the system, judges are there for life, or at least for life till age 70. It really is very important that evaluations be conducted as comprehensively as possible, and I think the public should have the right to know what the results of that is. For all those reasons, I ask you to press the green button. Thank you.
Does the member yield for a question?
I do not.
Sorry, the member does not yield. All righty, the questions on the Majority Committee report have ought to pass as amended. A division has been requested. Members, take your seats. The questions on the Majority Committee report have ought to pass as amended on House Bill 1130, and Representative Rumbo is recognized for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that this bill would require an additional $160,000 to $180,000 per year for administrative support, and if I know that posting performance reviews of judges and judicial staff on the internet does no good, as members of the public do not hire, fire, or appoint judges, and if I further know that, in fact, such publication would do real harm, inviting harassment of judges and judicial staff, as online threats, violent threats to U.S. judges have surged 327% since last year. And finally, if I know this bill also does not provide funding security costs arising from such threats, would I now oppose the Finance Committee's majority position and push the red button so that a better motion may be made on HB 1130 FN? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Weiler is recognized for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that judges are appointed once and serve until age 70, and if I know that all employees, including judges, benefit from constructive evaluation by senior colleagues, and if I know that the Chief Justice of the Supreme Court collaborated on drafting this bill, would I then press the green button to give judges honest and intelligent feedback? Thank you.
Questions of the Majority Committee report have ought to pass as amended on House Bill 1130. This is a division vote. If you're in favor, press the green button. Opposed, press the red. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Mahegan.
Have all members present had an opportunity to vote? The House will attend to the state of the vote. 194 in the affirmative, 156 in the negative. The committee report's adopted. Representative Luno recused himself from the vote. The Committee on Finance, to which was referred House Bill 1421 FN, an act modifying title exemptions for motor vehicles manufactured before the year 2000. Having considered the same, report the same with the recommendation that the bill ought to pass. Representative Keith Erf for the committee. Questions of Majority Committee report have ought to pass. Ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed, nay? Ayes have it. Committee reports adopted. The Committee on Finance, to which was referred House Bill 1457 FN, an act relative to natural organic reduction of human remains. Having considered the same, report the same with the recommendation that the bill ought to pass. Representative Karen Ebel for the committee. Questions of Majority Committee report have ought to pass. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed, nay? Ayes have it. The committee report's adopted. The Committee on Finance, to which is referred House Bill 1458 FN, an act relative to the licensing of massage establishments and massage reflexology structural integration and Asian bodywork facilities. Having considered the same, report the same with the following amendment and the recommendation that the bill ought to pass with amendment. Representative Carol McGuire for the committee. Then, for what reason does the member rise?
To make a motion, Mr. Speaker.
Go ahead.
I move to lay HB 1458 on the table, and I request a division vote.
Representative Germano moves to lay House Bill 1458 on the table. This will be a division vote. Members, take your seats. Representative Leon requests a roll call. Is that sufficiently seconded? It is. This will be a roll call vote. The question is whether to lay House Bill 1458 on the table. Representative Germano is recognized for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that this bill contains a crucial loophole that undermines the excellent intent of the legislation, and if I know that we have a more comprehensive bill with full support of civic leaders and law enforcement coming up next, would I then press the green button to lay HB 1458 on the table? Thank you.
Representative Leon is recognized for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that we have women being sex trafficked in New Hampshire and throughout other states, in a multi-state, sometimes international problem, if I know that one of the reasons that the people doing this are not going to federal or state prison is because we can't identify those people operating these facilities that pretend to be massage establishments, and if I know that this bill would require the people operating these to provide their social security number, a taxpayer identification number, to know who is operating them, and to pass both state and federal background checks to make sure that they do not have convictions for kidnapping, sex trafficking, child sexual abuse image convictions, rape convictions, or prostitution convictions, would I then not table this bill, pass this bill, and ensure that the people who are sex trafficking women can go to federal prison by pushing the red button?
Question is whether to lay House Bill 1458 on the table, and this is a roll call vote. If you are in favor, press the green button. Opposed, press the red. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Stone.
Of all members present had an opportunity to vote, the House will attend to the state of the vote. 158 in the affirmative, 193 in the negative. Motion fails. The committee amendment is 1188H, printed in House Record 12 on pages 20 to 21. Questions on adoption of the amendment. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed, nay? Ayes have it. The amendment's adopted. Now the committee report of ought to pass as amended. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed, nay? No. Ayes have it, and the committee report's adopted. The majority of the Committee on Finance, to which was referred House Bill 1469, F&A, an act relative to the licensing requirements for massage therapy establishments. Having considered the same, report the same with the following amendment and the recommendation that the bill ought to pass with amendment. Representative Karen Ebel for the majority of the committee. The minority of the committee, having considered the same and being unable to agree with the majority, report with the following resolution: resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Representative Carol McGuire for the minority of the committee. The amendment is 1187H, printed in House Record 12 on page 21. Questions on adoption of the amendment? You ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed, nay. Ayes have it. The amendment's adopted. Committee report is ought to pass with amendment. Are you ready for the question? Roll call has been requested by Representative Weber. Is that sufficiently seconded? It is. This will be a roll call vote. Members, take your seats. Question is the majority committee report about to pass as amended. Representative Carol McGuire is recognized for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that this bill sets up a bureaucratic inspection process for all massage and Asian bodywork parlors, and if I also know that we don't know how many of them there are, and this will therefore be a burden on our constituents who run legitimate, helpful massage therapy parlors. And if I know that this bill sets up the OPLC license clerks to become law enforcement in enforcing these requirements, would I now press the red button and oppose passing this bill?
The question is the majority committee report about to pass as amended. Representative Weiler is recognized for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that some police departments are asking for more stringent laws on massage parlors, which they are finding are cover-ups for illicit acts, and if I further know that this law will give law enforcement the tools that they need to control the illegal acts which might take place in licensed massage parlors, then would I now press the green button to make our neighborhoods safer?
Questions majority committee report about to pass as amended on House Bill 1469. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, press the green button. Opposed, press the red. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. Have all members present had an opportunity to vote? The House will attend to the state of the vote. 323 in the affirmative, 28 in the negative. The committee report's adopted. The majority of the Committee on Finance, to which was referred House Bill 1477 FN, an act relative to the permitting and regulation of anchored seasonal floating platforms on public waters. Having considered the same report, the same with the following resolution, resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Representative Gerald Griffin from the majority of the committee. The minority of the committee, having considered the same and being unable to agree with the majority, report with the recommendation that the bill ought to pass. Representative Rosemary Rung for the minority of the committee. For what reason does the member rise?
To make a motion.
Please state your motion.
Mr. Speaker, I move to table House Bill 1477.
Representative Weiler moves that House Bill 1477 be laid on the table. And a division has been requested. Members, take your seats. Question is whether to lay House Bill 1477 on the table. Representative Jan McGuire is recognized for a parliamentary inquiry. Or Representative Weiler can be recognized for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that cyanobacteria blooms are a threat to all of our lakes, and if I further know that there is a great deal of support in funding that cleanup, but I find this proposal to be unworkable. The enormity of the task overlooks the fact that Marine Patrol concentrates on only 8 of the 975 lakes in our state. I further know that letting the public know when only the Marine Patrol issues the proposed decal, and I further know that many of these platforms would be placed by seasonal and rental people who would not find out about that requirement. I would find the proposal likely to cost more in enforcement than it would raise for lake treatment. Would I now press the green button and hope a better funding source could be found? Thank you.
Representative Hamblin is recognized for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that HB 1477 is a bipartisan bill, and after a public hearing before the House Resources Recreation Development Committee, it was passed OTPA with a vote of 16-0. And Mr. Speaker, if I know that HB 1477, when presented before this body, passed with a division vote of OTPA 284-47. And Mr. Speaker, if I know that this bill will provide a steady stream of non-taxing revenue, with the revenue being based on a user fee, which will help to ensure that New Hampshire public waters remain pristine and safe for the health and current future generations of residents and visitors to our state. And Mr. Speaker, if I know that the cyanobacteria problem is not adequately addressed, we face the loss of countless numbers of visitors who come to New Hampshire to enjoy all that we have, including our lakes, ponds, and rivers. And Mr. Speaker, if I know this bill is currently well deserving of debate before this body, lastly, Mr. Speaker, knowing all this, would I now press the red button to defeat this table in motion? Thank you.
The question is whether to lay House Bill 1477 on the table. This is a division vote. If you are in favor, press the green button. Opposed, press the red. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. Have all members present had an opportunity to vote? The House will attend to the state of the vote. 169 in the affirmative, 178 in the negative. Tabling fails. Representative John McDonald is recognized to speak against the committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. HB 1477 would require a registration fee of $50 on floats, rafts, and inflatables, which would be similar to the current registration requirements for other privately owned property anchored or placed on New Hampshire public water bodies, such as docks and the over 4,800 freshwater moorings. The $50 fee will be divided equally between the Navigation Safety Fund, which is going to administer this program, and the Cyanobacteria Mitigation Loan and Grant Fund. The Cyanobacteria Fund was established in 2023, and at that time, $1 million was placed into it. Presently, the fund has dropped down to approximately $200,000, with no current additional money earmarked in the current state budget to replenish it. This fund is desperately in need of consistent revenue streams to address the growing number of our state-owned waters facing toxic cyanobacteria blooms. This fund is available for use by all New Hampshire municipalities, community water systems, and nonprofit Lake River watershed associations. The fund will be used to provide grants and loans for watershed remediation, stormwater management, education, and lake treatments. I recently learned from my friend and colleague, Representative Rosemarie Rung, a bill co-sponsor, the GIS analysis for the areas within 75 feet setback of the high water mark of bodies greater than 10 acres indicated that there were approximately 50,000 shorefront properties. Aerial and on-the-ground observation estimate that 25% of those properties, or 12,500, would have anchored seasonal platforms. That would generate a fund of about $625,000 by this annual fee. Is a $50 fee a new tax? No, it's a user fee, which are fees paid by the individual or business for voluntarily using specific public services, facilities, or property. In this case, the lakefront property owner is paying for the benefit of placing privately owned property on a state-owned body of water greater than 10 acres in New Hampshire. As we know, a tax is a mandatory payment collected by local, state, and the federal government to cover the costs of general government. In conclusion, I would ask that you consider pressing the red button on the ITL motion. Thank you.
Representative Gerald Griffin is recognized to speak for the committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill requires that all anchored seasonal platforms on the state's lakes be permitted by the Department of Safety, Division of Marine Patrol. It establishes a $50 permit fee, a tax in effect, the proceeds of which will be split equally between the Navigation Safety Fund and the Cyanobacteria Mitigation and Grant Fund. The bill, however, does not provide for the funding or new positions which would be required. Yet we know from testimony that at least 2 positions would be needed just to handle the paperwork and in carrying out the intent of the bill. There are something like 1,000 lakes, just short of 1,000 lakes, covering 280 square miles in the state of New Hampshire. And this bill would expect that the Marine Patrol would be able to enforce everyone having a permit on the seasonal platforms, some of which only go on for a weekend or so. The apparent goal of the bill was to raise funds for the bacteria mitigation. And that seems like a worthy cause. Yet it seems ironic that it does so by taxing floating platforms. Floating platforms block sunlight from the water, and they are themselves a mitigation device against the bacteria. This bill was not thought out well. This is not a good funding source for cyanobacteria mitigation. And this bill will greatly increase the stress on the Marine Patrol and increase our growing bureaucracy. Please ITL this bill.
Too slow. Representative Sweeney requests a roll call. Is that sufficiently seconded? It is sufficiently seconded. This will be a roll call vote. Members, take your seats. The question is a majority committee report of inexpedience to legislate on House Bill 1477. Representative Hamblin is recognized for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know our public waters are one of New Hampshire's most valuable assets and need reasonable funding to address the cyanobacteria problem within our state, and Mr. Speaker, if I know the administrative cost to fund this bill will be paid by the Navigation Safety Fund, and Mr. Speaker, if I know that this fee is not a tax but a user fee, which will pay directly to the state, provides a benefit to a person by allowing the placing of personal property on a state-owned body of water. And Mr. Speaker, if I know that aerial and ground observations estimate 12,500, or about 25% of the 50,000 shorefront properties would have anchored seasonal platforms, which would generate $1,875,000 with an administrative cost of $472,000, which would leave an estimated $1,403,000. Lastly, Mr. Speaker, knowing all this, would I ask my fellow representatives to press the red button so another motion may be made? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Weil is recognized for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As I said before, this may be a wonderful cause, but the mechanism to fund
Member
it is
was
not.
recognized for a parliamentary
If I further
inquiry.
know that the mechanism to fund this is unworkable, and it may even turn off some of the tourists which we rely on, and I further know that they would be turned off if they come out here for a good weekend and they put up something and then they're told they should have paid $50. Would I press the green button for this to find another mechanism to fund this cyanobacteria cleanup? Thank you.
The question is the Majority Committee report of inexpedient to legislate on House Bill 1477, and this is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, press the green button. Opposed, press the red. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. Have all members present had an opportunity to vote? The House will attend to the state of the vote. 172 in the affirmative, 180 in the negative. The motion fails. Representative McDonald moves ought to pass. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed, nay? No. The ayes have it, and the motion is adopted. The chair recognizes the clerk for a message.
Mr. Speaker, the Committee on Enrolled Bills has examined and found correctly enrolled the following entitled House Bill 1815, relative to education financing.
The majority of the Committee on Finance, to which was referred House Bill 1483 FN, an act creating a motor vehicle license plate for amateur radio operators. Having considered the same, report the same with the following amendment and the recommendation that the bill ought to pass with amendment. Representative Keith Erf for the majority of the committee. The minority of the committee, having considered the same and being unable to agree with the majority, report with the following resolution: resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Representative Rosemary Rung for the minority of the committee. The amendment is 0960H, printed in House Record 12 on page 22. Questions on adoption of the amendment. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed, nay? Ayes have it. The amendment's adopted. Question now is the committee report of ought to pass with amendment. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed, nay? No. Ayes have it. Committee report's adopted. The Committee on Finance, to which is referred House Bill 1492 FN, an act relative to the regulation and appeal of motor vehicle towing from public highways and prohibiting the division of motor vehicles from suspending a license on the basis of debt owed to a private entity related to the towing or storing of a motor vehicle. Holy cow, that might be a new record. Having considered the same, report the same with the recommendation that the bill ought to pass. Representative Daniel Popovici-Muller for the committee. Question is the majority committee report of ought to pass. You ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed, nay? Ayes have it. Committee report's adopted. The majority of the Committee on Finance, to which is referred House Bill 1555 FN, an act relative to the administration and enforcement of the State Fire Code. Having considered the same, report the same with the recommendation that the bill ought to pass. Representative Daniel Popovici-Muller for the majority of the committee. The minority of the committee, having considered the same and being unable to agree with the majority, report with the following resolution: resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Representative Kate Murray for the minority of the committee. Representative Kate Murray is recognized to speak against the committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill appears to be in response to an individual problem for which there is already an appeal process in place. This would be another attempt to usurp local control by allowing an avenue through which a disgruntled party, either a person or an entity, is allowed to ignore the decisions of the local authorities and come running to the state to get what they want. In essence, the bill seriously undermines the ability of communities to work out their own problems. I believe that the best outcomes occur when all parties come away from the table with a yes. Not always the full yes some people might want, but a yes that addresses their concerns and shows that concerns matter. I believe that our best work is done in concert with each other, where diverse concerns are considered, the impacts of the concerns are weighed against other concerns, and a consensus is reached that benefits all parties, however, not necessarily to the same degree. This is what happens in a healthy community. We have seen this process eroded in almost all aspects of our work, and I see this as yet another attempt to hinder the process that gets everyone to some measure of yes. Any attempt to provide a backstreet avenue for an appeal designed to get around local decisions adds unnecessary bureaucratic layers and undermines community involvement. This disincentivizes communities from compromising and working together to allow all parties to come to mutually acceptable outcomes. Keeping this type of decision-making local is critical, as it is at the local community and their representatives who understand best the particulars of these issues and the impacts any decisions made regarding these issues. In speaking to my fire chief, I learned that he not only opposes this bill, but that many of his colleagues do as well. They oppose this bill as it undermines their authority to do what is best for their communities. I cannot speak to why these individuals did not testify at the hearing or at the Finance Committee. Perhaps in the demands of their work, they were unaware of the hearings. I do know I felt it was important to reach out and talk to those who would be impacted by this bill, and they oppose the bill. Regarding the finances, the State Fire Marshal indicated he would need an additional 2 positions, anticipating the amount of work this appeals process would involve at an appropriation of about $200,000 a year. This money is not there, and for all the reasons I presented above, this additional bureaucratic layer is not a good thing for our communities. For all these reasons, I oppose the OTP and ask you vote against it so a more appropriate motion of ITL may be made. I request a division, Mr. Speaker, and thank you.
Representative Leon is recognized to speak for the committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First, I ask, is it fair to expect that the state fire code is looked at and enforced equally throughout the entire state while paying attention to local variances? Or is it more appropriate to go along with decisions even when they're made contrary to the state fire code? Mr. Speaker, have you ever made a professional mistake? I know I have. I would say just about everybody in this room has. And I would also say that some of our local fire officials have made mistakes. Today, if a local fire official does not read the code correctly and has a place of assembly have to get fire sprinklers for an area that's on a well, that can require 2 swimming pool-sized cisterns, 2 diesel generators for redundancy to make sure that those sprinklers can apply that water to the area, and then the sprinkler system is well within this building. Now, state fire code says assembly buildings under a certain size don't need sprinkling, but an organization in the state had to pay $250,000 because their only other chance was to appeal to local officials who had already ruled against them on some of their building, which they had to fight, or go to court. They made the decision that it was worth eating $250,000 on a mistake than continuing to fight. Now, this was also referenced as referring to one specific isolated incident. That's not the one I just told you about. We heard from somebody who had an interpretation of the building code that cost them $70,000. It was an incorrect interpretation that would have been corrected at the fire marshal's level. I also have a sprinkler in my basement that was not required based upon code. This happens all throughout the place. This happens because people are people. And how many people can we expect to be experts on fire code? We have one expert, the state fire marshal. This bill allows anybody to appeal a decision there to make sure that state law is applied equally. I ask that you support this bill. Thank you.
The question is a majority committee report about to pass on House Bill 1555. And Representative Weber has requested a roll call. Is that sufficiently seconded? It is. This will be a roll call vote. Members, take your seats. The question is the majority committee report about to pass on House Bill 1555. Representative Hacken Phillips is recognized for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that current law allows for the appeal of a local fire marshal decision to the Building Code Review Board and reflects a single tier of small government appeals processes, And if I know that HB 1555 would now allow for that local fire marshal decision to be appealed to the Building Code Review Board and the State Fire Marshal's Office, setting up a bureaucratic quagmire of conflicting appeal decisions with no guidance on how to resolve potential disagreements between those bodies. And if I also know that passing this bill would increase the state fire marshal's workload for appeals, necessitating 2 new positions without any funding, thereby creating a bottleneck for life and safety decisions across New Hampshire, then would I now press the red button to vote no on the OTP motion because New Hampshire taxpayers should not be on the hook for expanding an unfunded bureaucracy while taking away our community's local control. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Carol McGuire is recognized for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that this bill was recommended unanimously by the Policy Committee and by the House as it passed on consent, and if I know that this establishes the same process for fire code issues as we already have for building code issues, and if I know that the State Fire Marshal and the State Building Code Review Board work together but have different expertise, would I not press the green button to pass this bill?
Questions of Majority Committee report of ought to pass on House Bill 1555. This is a roll call vote. If you are in favor, press the green button. Opposed, press the red. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative McMahon.
Have all members present had an opportunity to vote? The House will attend to the state of the vote. 192 in the affirmative, 162 in the negative. The committee reports adopted. The Committee on Finance, to which was referred House Bill 1563, FN Local, an act relative to the special education aid formula. Having considered the same, report the same with the following amendment and the recommendation that the bill ought to pass with amendment. Representative Walter Spilsbury for the committee. The amendment is 1086H, printed on House Record 12 on pages 23 to 25. Question is on the amendment. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed, nay? Ayes have it. The amendment's adopted. Now the question is the committee report of ought to pass with amendment. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed, nay? Ayes have it, and the committee report's adopted. The Committee on Finance, to which was referred House Bill 1571, F&A, an act requiring the Department of Education to review statewide academic standards and curriculum and making an appropriation therefore. Having considered the same, report the same with the following amendment and the recommendation that the bill ought to pass with amendment. Representative Daniel Popovici Muller for the committee. The amendment is 0900H, printed in House Record 12 on page 25. Question is on the amendment. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed, nay? The ayes have it. The amendment's adopted. Now the question is the committee report of ought to pass with amendment. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed, nay? Ayes have it, and the committee report's adopted. The Committee on Finance, to which is referred House Bill 1576 FN, an act relative to the enforcement of criminal restitution obligations. Having considered the same, report the same with the recommendation that the bill ought to pass. Representative Joe Sweeney for the committee. Question is the majority committee report of ought to pass. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed, nay? The ayes have it. The committee report's adopted. The majority of the Committee on Finance, to which was referred House Bill 1602 FN, an act creating a safe battery recycling stewardship program. Having considered the same, report the same with the recommendation that the bill be referred for interim study. Representative Dan McGuire for the majority of the committee. The minority of the committee, having considered the same and being unable to agree with the majority, report with the following amendment and the recommendation that the bill ought to be passed with amendment. Representative Karen Ebel for the minority of the committee. Representative Judy Aaron is recognized to speak against the committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Colleagues, I rise today in opposition to the interim study recommendation on HB 1602. First and foremost, from a finance standpoint, there is no cost to the state in this bill. And quite frankly, there was no reason for it to be referred to finance in the first place. In fact, the chair of finance was prepared to waive it off until our majority leadership intervened. So we have to ask, what exactly is finance going to interim study? The answer is simple: nothing. The primary concern raised in finance was not policy. It was typographical errors from OLS drafting. And those will be corrected with the floor amendment that's in your seat pocket. Drafting errors should not be used as a reason to delay a bill that is ready to move forward. The fact is, this bill came before my committee, which handles landfill policy and focuses on source reduction and diversion. After more than a year of study and collaboration with the Solid Waste Working Group, DES, and numerous stakeholders, this legislation was developed as a solution to safely collect and recycle lithium-ion batteries that we have already banned from landfills due to serious fire hazards. Other batteries are also included in the program. Now let's talk about what the bill actually does. HB 1602 creates a safe, statewide battery collection and recycling program. It's practical, responsible policy that protects our communities and reduces costs for our municipalities. Opponents have raised concerns about so-called cartels, but we don't need to speculate since we already have a nearly identical program in New Hampshire since 2008, almost 20 years on our books. Manufacturers have operated a shared mercury thermostat take-back program. There have been no monopolies, no price fixing, no exclusion of competitors, and no legal challenges, just safe, effective toxic waste management. And with this bill, any company can be a battery stewardship organization. They just need to file with DES, so this imaginary cartel that my colleagues speak of does not exist. In time, more companies will jump into the battery stewardship arena. These programs don't control markets. They manage waste. They simply require producers to take responsibility for what happens after the sale, and not how they compete. And constitutionally speaking, while not opining specifically on HB 1602, our own Attorney General's office stated yesterday that Part 2, Article 83 of the New Hampshire Constitution grants the state legislature the power to enact laws to prevent operations in New Hampshire that limit free and fair competition. The traditional concern about monopolies is that they operate in secret and stymie price competition. And in the case of producer take-back, these programs are open, do not exclude participation by producers, and operate within state agency oversight. So in fact, New Hampshire may permit monopolies that serve the public interest. So for instance, here in New Hampshire, utilities are a prime example. Our state liquor commission is also a monopoly. The state also has many licensing laws and other restrictions on businesses, and laws that promote the public interest. Recycling critical rare earth minerals is a national priority. And the idea that doing things for the common good is antithetical to American values is ridiculous, because fostering the common good is in the preamble to the Constitution. The actual phrase in the Constitution is to promote the general welfare. But I digress. And let's be honest about the claim that this is a tax. It is not. Businesses build costs into their products every day. Manufacturing, transportation, advertising, labor, recycling costs are no different. And calling that a tax is simply inaccurate and ridiculous. And meanwhile, in the real world, lithium battery fires are an increasing threat. Firefighters are responding to incidents that can escalate quickly and dangerously. Families store these batteries in their homes with no safe disposal options until something goes wrong. And we've already seen fires like this here in New Hampshire. At the same time, municipalities are bearing the cost of handling these materials. Transfer stations collect batteries, but then must pay to have them properly recycled, costs that ultimately fall on property taxpayers. This bill shifts that burden away from local communities and onto producers where it belongs. And there's a bigger picture here. Battery recycling isn't just about safety, it's about national security. Recovering materials like lithium, cobalt, and copper reduces our dependence on foreign supply chains. Even manufacturers support these programs because recycling is often more cost-effective than sourcing new materials. This is not a radical policy or some sort of European socialist mumbo-jumbo. 9 states have already similar laws in place. It's probably more, actually. And many more are considering them. And these include states across the political spectrum. Model legislation is something we all rely on. It creates consistency and predictability for businesses. And let's not ignore who supports this bill. Our firefighters, our municipalities, and Business and Industry Association support this. And the Retailers Association has no problem with it. So let's be real. Do you honestly think BIA would support a bill that creates a new tax, or creates a monopoly, or kills competition, or promotes socialism? Talk about competition. In Vermont, 264 battery manufacturers representing 600 battery brands are already participating. And that hardly sounds to me like business being restricted. They support practical solutions, and that's exactly what this is. So the choice before us here right now is very clear. Real risks like fires and hazardous wastes, rising local costs, or a proven common sense solution that protects our communities and saves taxpayers money. We shouldn't let hypothetical fears stand in the way of real progress. And for these reasons, I urge you to oppose this interim study motion and support 1602, HB 1602. So let's move this bill forward and do what's right for our communities. So please press the red button. And I thank you, and Mr. Speaker, I ask for a division vote. Thank you.
Representative Potenza is recognized to speak against the committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. New Hampshire has a waste diversion problem, and we are already living with the consequences. Our record on waste diversion is dismal, and hazardous materials like batteries are widespread in our waste stream. They end up in landfills, transfer stations, recycling centers, and places they simply do not belong. These are not harmless materials. They are reactive, toxic, and dangerous. They cause fires, contaminate groundwater, and create long-term environmental damage. When mishandled, they don't disappear. They break down and harm our soil, our water, and our people. We are already seeing the consequences. Landfills are under stress, recycling facilities are catching fire, and municipalities are facing rising costs, which all go down to the taxpayers. We all talk about property taxes. In Stratford County, multiple major pollution sites show what happens when we get this wrong. Once contamination occurs, you live with it for decades. Take the former Davidson rubber site in Farmington from the mid-1960s. It's a 123-acre active single-source pollution site where contamination spread into groundwater, wetlands, the river watershed, a municipal well, reaching deep into the bedrock. Now let's compare that to Turnkey in Rochester. That's the largest landfill in New Hampshire. Over a 30-year period, that will take in at least minimum 40 million tons of trash, 45 million tons of trash, producing massive amounts of leachate. That's that toxic trash juice. That's 270 million gallons of that continues long after the landfill is closed. So here's the reality. Landfill liners fail, not if, but when. When that happens, you are not dealing with a single contamination site, you are dealing with pollution on a scale that dwarfs what we see traditional Superfund sites. Batteries, heavy metals, plastics, thousands of toxic chemicals, all concentrated in one place, all eventually making their way into the New Hampshire environment. That's why keeping hazardous materials like batteries out of the waste stream is not optional, it is essential. HB 1602 is about correcting that trajectory. It helps get dangerous materials out of the waste stream and into a system designed to handle them safely, to prevent fires, reduce cost, protect our communities, and it helps with national security. Frankly, it is so frustrating to see serious public health and environmental issues reduced to sound bites in political games. This is real, this is happening now. The true New Hampshire advantage isn't a slogan or a punchline, it's what we leave behind. Healthy citizens, fertile soil, clean water, lakes, rivers, and green spaces. Once those are damaged, there is no getting them back. I was born and raised here in New Hampshire. I remember what New Hampshire used to be. We should all be leading on this, not discarding it. We should respect the serious, nonpartisan work, which is very rare in this House, that went into this bill, not undermine it and each other. This is about doing right by the people of New Hampshire, our families, our farmers, and our communities. It's time we act. Please press the red button to overturn the interim study so another motion can be made. Thank you.
Representative Dan McGuire is recognized to speak for the committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm going to try to cut through some of the fog here because I think a lot of what you've just heard is incorrect. This bill creates a stewardship organization and grants them the power to control the New Hampshire battery market. So anyone who wants to sell batteries, covered batteries, I'll talk about that in a minute, or battery-containing products that are covered, must get a certificate from this stewardship organization before they're allowed to sell in New Hampshire. Therefore, money will be collected from producers and paid to the stewardship organization for their activities. There's nothing in the bill about limiting that amount of money, controlling it, the department doesn't look at it, and so on. So one organization, the stewardship organization, the bill pretends that you can have more than one, but in all the states where this exists, there is one, and they're all the same one, will get fees from people who sell products with batteries, and with no control by the state of how much those fees are, what they're spent on, and so on. What do we get from it? We get a recycling program. So a recycling program is containers for batteries, vans that will go around, collect containers when they're full, and send them to recyclers. and also some public notices and public information to recycle batteries. But the bill, because it creates this one organization to do recycling, effectively puts existing recyclers of batteries out of business in New Hampshire. What the bill does not do, the bill does not compel anyone in New Hampshire to recycle a battery. We have already made throwing toxic batteries, rechargeable batteries, we have already banned that in New Hampshire, right? But this bill is strictly, from the consumer's point of view, a voluntary program, okay? Except for public information, it's not, which may or may not work, it's not going to change what goes into trash at all. The other claim that recycled materials is somehow a valuable national product and that recycling and those materials will stay in the US, the bill is in your seat pockets as part of a 10-page floor amendment. Go look at it. It says nothing about keeping the processing of batteries or the materials from batteries in the US. In most cases, that is done in China. All right. Now, the other thing is the bill excludes batteries that are serious health and safety problems, all right? So first of all, let's take standard alkaline batteries, right? The bulk of batteries that are one-time single use, not rechargeable, those batteries are classified by the EPA as non-toxic and non-hazardous. They've been so for 30 years. They are safe for landfills. The toxic batteries are rechargeables. But this bill exempts any kind of motor vehicle battery, any car battery. That's a big source of fires and other problems. This also exempts any batteries that cannot be easily removed from their device by the consumer. So I would guess that in this room, there are 500 such lithium-ion batteries. I have two myself, my phone and my Fitbit. The other representative from Epsom has 6. 2 hearing aids, a phone, a Kindle, and an iPad, and something else, I think. But anyway, so there are 500 such batteries, theoretically toxic, in this room right now, all right? And we're not running screaming for the exits, right? So what kind of safety problems are we talking about? The safety involved happens when lithium-ion batteries are punctured and leak and still have charge, because the charge in the battery itself can cause a spark, can start a fire. That often happens, the most common way that happens is car batteries in accidents, but also in transfer stations when they use something like a front-end loader to pick up trash, and it might squash a battery and cause it to start a fire. None of that stuff is affected by this bill. This bill does not recycle cell phones. It does not recycle tablets and laptops and hearing aids and et cetera, et cetera. The main rechargeable batteries that this bill will cover are power tool removable batteries and e-bike batteries, all right? So it's a very small part of the problem, but it will collect money from consumers of alkaline batteries and many other types of batteries. Okay. Let me address a couple of claims that we've heard. All right. One claim you may have heard is that we already pay for it. The manufacturers are already collecting it. Well, if so, then they don't need this bill, right? Because they testified in the public hearing for this bill that voluntary doesn't work, that they tried voluntary and it doesn't work. But anyone who wants to can set up vans, collect batteries, recycle them, etc. Right? This bill, the main thing is it gets money from producers into the hands of the stewardship organization. So if the bill is necessary, it means they are not collecting money now. We often hear that the battery materials are valuable. That can't be true because nobody is offering to buy them from you, right? When you recycle things, is somebody offering to pay you for it? No, okay? Other problems in this bill, two more. If you look in the bill, the stewardship organization is required to write an annual report on their operations. But that report can be kept confidential by DES. So if we, legislators or the public, want to know how this program is going, and the stewardship organization tells DES, we'd like this to be confidential, it can be. Does that make sense? No, it doesn't. Finally, unintended consequences. It used to be that your cell phone battery and other batteries were removable. But this bill exempts removable batteries that can be, rechargeable batteries that can be removed from their product. All right? So that will incentivize manufacturers to make even fewer and fewer batteries removable and replaceable, because they will then have to pay these fees. If they seal them in the product, this bill exempts them. So for all these reasons, Mr. Speaker, I recommend the committee recommendation of interim study. Thank you.
The question is the Majority Committee report of interim study on House Bill 1602. Right on time that time. Roll call has been requested. Is that sufficiently seconded? It is. This will be a roll call vote. Members, take your seats. Questions, the Majority Committee report of interim study on House Bill 1602, and Representative Judy Aaron is recognized for a parliamentary inquiry, which I am positive will be succinct.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that this bill has no money in it and there's really nothing to interim study, and if I know that every delay means higher costs borne by our municipalities and ultimately by property taxpayers, and if I know this nonpartisan bill creates a free statewide battery collection and recycling system funded by industry and supported by our fire chiefs and firefighters, the solid waste industry, the Business and Industry Association, New Hampshire Municipal Association, and environmental groups at no cost to the state, and if I also know failing to collect these batteries mean losing critical materials and increasing our dependence on foreign supply chains threatening our national security, would I now press the red button to defeat this IS motion so that another motion can be made? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Sweeney is recognized for parliamentary inquiry.
Mr. Speaker, if I know that the word shall appears in this bill 68 times, and if I know that every shall is a mandate, which is a cost paid for by the people, and if I know that a tax by any other name smells just as much like theft, would I now press the green button to take the Finance Committee up on its very generous offer to interim study this issue rather than sending it to its death in another chamber? Thank you.
The question is the Majority Committee Report of Interim Study on House Bill 1602. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, press the green button. Opposed, press the red. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Andy Castillo. Representative Potenza.
Have all members present had an opportunity to vote? The House will attend to the state of the vote. 128 in the affirmative, 226 in the negative. Motion fails. Representative Ebel moves ought to pass and also offers amendment 1278H, which can be found in your seat pockets. Representative McGuire is recognized to speak on the amendment.
Representative McGuire is recognized to speak in favor of this amendment. I have extreme respect for this body. I think it is the best of any similar body in the United States. We have twice the size of the next biggest, the Pennsylvania legislature, and we have way more life experience because we have a lot more variety of expertise here. This amendment is necessary because of a failure of this body to act correctly.
The member will suspend. The actions of the body are the actions. We will not denigrate them.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The reason that you have this amendment in front of you is that on the morning of the executive session in the Finance Committee, I happened to wake up early and I happened to read this bill. This amendment has 15 substantive changes from the bill because the bill was unreadable. It had things like refer to subparagraph B when there was no subparagraph B, or refer to RSA IX when there is no IX, and things like that. And what that means is that no one in the process before it got to the Finance Committee read and understood the bill, because this stuff was that obvious. So this amendment is absolutely necessary, but we need to improve our procedures so that such a thing doesn't happen again. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Ebel's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I hadn't actually intended to speak exactly on the floor amendment, but I feel that I need to. I too respect this body deeply, and I also respect the staff people who work here. When we worked on this bill, we were in the midst of about 1,000 bills being drafted during a short amount of time. I submitted it pretty early. Can I verify to you that every single cross-reference I had in it was absolutely correct? Can I verify to you that all my commas were in the right place? No, I can't. Can anybody when they submit a bill? We rely on OLS to do these things. I also remember that there was a great flurry of activity for OLS to get all the bills done, and we were urged not to submit them for a redraft. So I didn't do that. Then we went to before the Environment and Ag Committee, and again, I will admit, I was laser focused on policy. I was laser focused on building the support that I had for this bill, which is vast. Did I go through and check every cross-reference because I was trusting the drafting process? No. Do you? I really wonder how many of you go through your bills to check your cross-references and double-check what OLS does. I mean, maybe you do. I'm fine. Do you check to make sure your commas and hyphens are in the right place?
The House
Good.
will be
All
in
right.
order.
I didn't. Okay. So when you build a bill with so much support, when you build a bill that so many people feel so deeply about, when you build a bill that is for your constituents, for the people that you're representing, your fire chiefs, for businesses, it seems to me that the vote should be in favor of passing a bill like that and not trashing it in the committee and referring to it as a mess in the committee report. So I went to correct the errors. And we can talk a little bit about this in my PI. I won't go into it. I want to quote the clerk. He reviewed the list of errors at my request that was in this bill, and he stated that the enrolled bill amendment process following the passage of legislation exists precisely to correct drafting errors made by the Office of Legislative Services during a very busy drafting season, that there was nothing unusual about the changes, and all could have been corrected in the enrolled bill amendment process. So I went through, I made sure that there was a compendium back there of the errors that were corrected because, again, OLS is busy. They did a replace all amendment. And I didn't want anybody thinking that I did something nefarious in this floor amendment. I did not. And if you want to look at the list, you can see all the commas, and you can see some of the cross-reference changes. I also want to thank the co-sponsors of this bill for believing in the bill and sticking with me on the floor amendment. So with that, I would urge this body to pass this floor amendment so we can get on to the original bill. Thank you.
The question is the adoption of Amendment 1278H. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed, nay? No. The ayes have it. The amendment's adopted. Now the motion is ought to pass as amended. Are you ready for the question? Who was that? Representative Sweeney requests a roll call, and it is sufficiently seconded. This will be a roll call vote. Members, take a seat. When we are done with the bill, there will be 2 lunchtime announcements, so please don't go anywhere after we're done with the bill. The question is the motion of ought to pass as amended on House Bill 1602. This is a roll call vote. If you are in favor, press the green button. Opposed, press the red. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Fred Davis.
Of all members present had an opportunity to vote, the House will attend to the state of the vote. 244 in the affirmative, 112 in the negative. The motion is adopted. Representative Boyd is recognized for a lunchtime announcement.
Hey, Steve.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Colleagues, just want to remind folks that the New Hampshire YMCA will have their legislative lunch right now across the street in the basement of St. Paul's Church. Please come by, enjoy sandwiches, cookies, and learn a little bit more about what they're doing to support Granite State families and children. Thank you.
Representative Ulrey is recognized for a lunchtime announcement.
Thank you. You can go over to Tandy's and get a free meal as well. Only it's at Tandy's, so you get some adult beverages too. Thank you.
The House will be in recess until 1:30. The majority of the Committee on Finance, to which was referred House Bill 1633 FN, an act expanding the information provided to survivors of sexual assault regarding their existing rights. Having considered the same, report the same with the recommendation that the bill ought to pass. Representative Carol McGuire for the committee. The minority of the committee, having considered the same and being unable to agree with the majority, report with the following resolution: resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Representative Eileen Kelly for the minority of the committee. Representative Leon requests a roll call. Is that sufficiently seconded? It is sufficiently seconded. This will be a roll call vote. Members, take your seats. The House will come to order. The question is, the majority committee report ought to pass on House Bill 1633. Representative Carol McGuire is recognized for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that rape and sexual assault are already crimes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that rape and sexual assault are already crimes, and if I know that they are also widely underreported, would I not support this bill to make sure that the evidence is there for prosecution? Press the green button.
Questions the majority committee report about to pass on House Bill 1633. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, press the green button. Opposed, press the red. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative D.D. Poulin. Thank you.
Have all members present had an opportunity to vote? The House will attend to the state of the vote. .340 in the affirmative, 1 in the negative. The committee report's adopted. The majority of the Committee on Finance, to which was referred House Bill 1705 FN, an act establishing an employee assistance program for small town and volunteer first responders and making an appropriation therefor. Having considered the same, report the same with the recommendation that the bill be referred for interim study. Representative Brian Seaworth from the majority of the committee. The minority of the committee, having considered the same and being unable to agree with the majority, report with the following amendment and the recommendation that the bill ought to pass with amendment. Representative Jerry Stringham for the minority of the committee. Representative Stringham is recognized to speak against the committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to oppose the motion of interim study. This bill, as amended, provides access to an employee assistance program, or an EAP, to volunteer first responders in towns with 5 or fewer full-time paid first responders. HB 1705 was passed by this House with a vote of 194 to 154 just a few weeks ago. We all agree there is a need for first responders without access to crisis-related support services to have this kind of support. EAP programs provide a single source phone number that anyone on the list can call when they need help or support or referral. These individuals can be suffering and be lacking the knowledge to access the crisis intervention that could avoid an injury, and potentially it could reduce the amount of workers' compensation claims. There are many responders where a post-event trauma could be triggered by something as simple as passing a house or intersection where they intervened and a serious injury or fatality occurred. Accessing the existing EAP program and its existing structure provides an inexpensive support to those who give us so much. House Bill 1705 calls for the addition of 1 staff member to handle the added workload for the state employees' EAP program. But because DHHS is short 1 staff now and the department is unable to recruit due to a budgetary-driven hiring freeze, the minority will propose an amendment to delay the start of the program to give the department the time needed to start the program appropriately. So no appropriation is needed for this bill. I oppose interim study because we won't find a solution that is less expensive or more effective than HB 1705 for the 5,000 or so first responders that would be impacted by this legislation. So I ask you to vote red on the motion of interim study so another motion to reaffirm our support for first responders can be made. Thank you.
Representative Seaworth is recognized to speak for the committee report.
Mr. Speaker, what is a first responder? I am going to guess that if the two of us were to take out a piece of paper and write down our idea of what that definition encompasses, we wouldn't quite match. And if we were to look to the bill for the answer, it wouldn't be in the bill's language, nor would it be in the workers' comp insurance law where this language is inserted. But it's a very important question that needs to be answered. For my town, if police are not first responders, then my fairly sizable volunteer fire service would be eligible for the provisions in this bill. Or would they? Mr. Speaker, what is a volunteer? I've happened to find a section of law where it differentiated between volunteers, per call, per diem, part-time, and full-time employees. So am I to understand that volunteers means none of the above? Or can someone be a volunteer and a per diem employee at the same time? I don't know. I don't know the answer to that, and it's not in the bill. I have a question for you, Mr. Speaker. I think you've maybe have thought about this one before. What is a fee?
The House will be in order. The member has a right to be heard.
Thank you. This bill contemplates an account to receive fees that will be collected, and those fees will be used to enroll people, whatever that means. But the bill does not say how much that fee will be. It doesn't say who will set that fee. It doesn't say who will pay that fee. So should I imagine that this is a bill that will mandate a fee on just the smallest communities within New Hampshire? Or will those communities have the option to participate or not at their discretion? Bottom line, Mr. Speaker, I think you know as I know that every member with us in the chamber today wants to help first responders when they need help. And I think you believe, as I believe, Mr. Speaker, that every member in the chamber today, when we pass a bill, we want that bill's language to be clear. We want to understand what's in it. We want it to be well constructed. And when we implement a program, we want to be assured that that program is going to be effective. Mr. Speaker, the good news is that today we can do both. Please join me in supporting the majority recommendation. Please join me in pressing the green button. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The question is the Majority Committee report of interim study on House Bill 1705. A division's been requested. Members, take your seats. The question is the Majority Committee report of interim study on House Bill 1705. Representative Dry is recognized for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that no matter how we vote today on this bill, our volunteer first responders will still show up 24/7, putting themselves on the line to help their neighbors in need. And if I know that interim study means just that, study. And if I know that the proposed amendment clarifies this bill, pushes out the effective date, addresses the concerns brought up in the hearings, and removes the appropriation so that there is zero financial impact on this budget, would I then press the red button to overturn the interim study motion again and maintain the momentum on this important program? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Weil is recognized for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that some bills that sound like worthwhile ideas are often not well worked out, I further know that this bill may take extensive time to find and list all the eligible members, especially in the small towns that it's aimed at, where the administrative tasks are only done when the full-time member has extra time. And then the agency that is supposed to list all these people is shorthanded and on a hiring freeze. So I would now give this worthwhile idea more time to fulfill the task and press the green button. Thank you.
The question is a Majority Committee report of interim study on House Bill 1705. This is a division vote. If you are in favor, press the green button. Opposed, press the red. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. Have all members present had an opportunity to vote? The House will attend to the state of the vote. 167 in the affirmative, 181 in the negative. The motion fails. Representative Stringham moves ought to pass. The minority amendment is 1202H, printed in House Record 12 on page 26. Representative Chelerski is recognized to speak to the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This amendment, drafted by the minority of the Finance Committee, makes three very specific changes that are easy to understand. First, it adds the words "and administer" to clarify that the Department of Health and Human Services is responsible for administering the program. Second, it moves the effective date to July of 2027, so there is no budgetary impact to this biennium. And finally, it removes the appropriation since the changed effective date eliminates the need for funding this biennium. Please press the green button to accept this amendment. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and ask for a division vote.
The questions on the adoption of the amendment. Are you ready for the question? Division's been requested. Members, take your seats. The questions on the adoption of Amendment 1202H. This is a division vote. If you are in favor, press the green button. Opposed, press the red. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. Have all members present had an opportunity to vote? The House will attend to the state of the vote. 299 in the affirmative, 49 in the negative. The amendment's adopted. Now the motion is ought to pass as amended. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed, nay? No. The ayes have it. The motion's adopted. The majority of the Committee on Finance, to which is referred House Bill 1775 FN, an act relative to utility ownership of natural gas and nuclear power generation facilities. Having considered the same, report the same with the recommendation that the bill ought to pass. Representative Joe Sweeney for the majority of the committee. The minority of the committee, having considered the same and being unable to agree with the majority, report with the following resolution: resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Representative Chris Munns for the minority of the committee. Representative Corman's recognized to speak against the committee report.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. This bill would allow the public utilities to own and operate natural gas and nuclear generation. It is a prescription for passing stranded costs onto our constituents, the ratepayers. Utilities make money by building. In fact, they get a guaranteed return on their investments. And if a facility they build doesn't work out, that's a stranded cost. Who's on the hook for that cost? The ratepayers. And there's a real risk here. A utility builds a natural gas plant. They need a turbine. You can't just call up Granger and order one for Tuesday. They have to wait 5 to 7 years to get one. So this asset is just sitting there collecting costs. A utility builds a nuclear power plant. Even a small one costs $100 to $200 million. It's the most expensive power out there. and it's going to end up as a stranded cost that we all get stuck with. When electric utility restructuring started 3 decades ago, one of the goals was to move the risk from the ratepayers via the public utility to the private parties who invest in generating plants. This bill moves the risk back to the ratepayers. The proponents of this bill claim that it will encourage investment in new power generation. Indeed, another goal of restructuring was to encourage a competitive market for power generation. This bill will actually do the opposite. Suppose you were thinking of taking the risk of investing in a natural gas or nuclear plant, but there's a competitor, the utility, who gets a guaranteed return with zero risk. Why would you want to enter such a market? We're told that this is enabling legislation. It sure is. It enables higher electric costs. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Munns is recognized to speak against the committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My colleague and friend, the Honorable Representative from Lebanon, described why HB 1775 is not the policy to pass if we want to reduce electric costs. But his argument is not the only compelling reason we need to overturn the OTP motion here today. There is a significant fiscal note on this bill that should not be overlooked. It begins by listing an annual consultant fee for the Department of Energy of between $150,000 to $250,000 per year. The Public Utilities Commission then adds their anticipated need for 2 full-time employees with an estimated annual budget impact of up to $500,000. So that's $750,000 worth of additional expense for which no funding has been allocated. But as the fiscal note goes on to clarify, those costs can be passed down to the utilities, who in turn are allowed to recover those costs from New Hampshire ratepayers in the form of higher electric rates. But wait, there's more. The state of New Hampshire is one of the largest ratepayers in the state. The bill's fiscal note states that a rate increase of just 1 cent per kilowatt hour would increase the state's electricity costs by approximately $1 million per year. Stranded costs for investing in power plants tend to add a lot more than 1 cent per kilowatt hour, but it's in the fiscal note at $1 million as a placeholder for our consideration. Any new $1 million increase in state energy costs will have to be absorbed by cutting state services Granite Staters are depending on, because there is no funding to cover these expenses included in this bill. Since Governor Ayotte signed the Republican budget, we've heard over and over that we must tighten our financial belts. When it comes to energy policy, the majority's mantra has been, we are working to reduce energy costs. But this bill loosens our financial belts as though there is no self-imposed funding shortfall, and it can only increase electricity costs if it passes. Given these additional economic factors, please join me in voting no on the ought to pass so that another motion can be made. Thank you.
Representative Carol McGuire is recognized to speak for the committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I believe that the numbers the representative was quoting were from the original version of the bill, not the version as amended by House Science and Technology, which is the version that the Finance Committee was considering. In any event, the problem with electric rates in New Hampshire is that they're too high. There's lots of reasons for that. We all can think of a couple, but one of them is that reliable electricity is becoming scarcer and being replaced more and more by intermittent and unreliable sources. So what happens is that the ISO New England needs to pay backup sources in order to ensure we don't lose energy when when the clouds come up or the wind goes too fast around Nantucket or other cases. This year, the reliability charges went up by a factor of 8 to almost $1 billion a year. That's a lot of money. We can decrease that cost if we put in reliable sources of energy. House Bill 1775 allows, but doesn't mandate, a utility to put in a small backup generator using natural gas or nuclear. This expands their existing allowance for distributed energy, which is normally interpreted to mean solar or wind. They can already put up a wind farm if they wish. And I believe one utility has, in fact, put up a solar farm. These generators are so small that they can be located almost anywhere, and in particular, they can be near new or increasing demand. If you're putting in a large subdivision, if you're expanding an industrial park, you could put one of these generators nearby. And one of the advantages is that in that case, it will connect to the local grid, not the ISO distribution grid, and therefore it will not pay the 9% or so ISO distribution charge, which is clearly a saving. So if a utility chooses to invest in one of these, and it's their choice, and I would bet that in the near term it's going to be gas, not nuclear, what you get is local power sources, reliable, stable, and at less cost than the ISO transmission lines. Less need for backup power because these are reliable sources. They don't go away. And it'll be a more efficient network because the power sources will be located closer to the demand and better fitted to the pattern of demand. In the short term, the only real cost is some rulemaking at the PUC. That's a real cost, but it spread out over all the kilowatts and over all the users, it's a noise level impact. In the long term, and as the previous representative said, you're talking 5-10 years probably, you'll have a more reliable network that will cost less for everybody. So I hope you will support House Bill 1775.
Representative McGee requests a roll call. Is that sufficiently seconded? It is. This will be a roll call vote. Members, take your seats. The question is Majority Committee report about to pass on House Bill 1775. Representative McGee is recognized for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that putting the state's electric utilities back in the business of owning power generation takes us back 30 years, opens us up to stranded costs, and squashes the competition that lowers our electric bills, and if I know that it is hardly innovative to ask ratepayers to pick up the tab for some vague promise of more reliable electricity when we already pay our regional electric grid operator for adequate power so the lights come on. And finally, if I know that it will be very hard to look people in the eye who were told to tighten their belts because of state-imposed budget shortfalls and then pass another unfunded mandate that increases electric costs. And isn't that what the second committee is supposed to protect us from? then would I now push the red button to tell our constituents that we're for protecting their bottom line? Thank you.
Representative Vos is recognized for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that just this morning, Governor Ayotte issued an executive order to foster next-generation nuclear in New Hampshire. And if I also know that this bill would allow investments in reliable micronuclear reactors and natural gas turbine generators, which are diesel generator-sized auto gas cycle turbines. And lastly, if I know that utilities could use these dependable generation units for baseload power or to shave peak demand and thus lower electricity costs, would I then press the green button to get the ball rolling on this exciting innovation? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions of Majority Committee report about to pass on House Bill 1775. This is a roll call vote. If you are in favor, press the green button. Opposed, press the red. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. Have all members present had an opportunity to vote? The House will attend to the state of the vote. 198 in the affirmative, 153 in the negative. The committee report's adopted. For what reason does a member rise?
I move to remove House Bill 1446, providing that an individual's use of therapeutic cannabis should not disqualify the individual from purchase, ownership, or possession of a firearm. From the table, thank you.
The motion is to remove House Bill 1446 from the table. There has been a request for a roll call by Representative Heath Howard, and it is sufficiently seconded. This will be a roll call vote. Members, take your seats. The motion is to remove House Bill 1446 from the table. Representative Butler is recognized for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that the federal government is currently in the process of rescheduling cannabis, and if I know that House Bill 1446 would allow our state to protect the Second Amendment rights of our therapeutic cannabis patients, and if I know that this bill ensures that our therapeutic cannabis patients are no longer treated as second-class citizens or differently from other patients being treated with different medications, and if I know that cannabis patients should not have restrictions from owning firearms, then would I press the green button to remove this bill from the table? And if you support cannabis and support firearms, then support taking this off the table. Thank you.
Representative Rose is recognized for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that the state of New Hampshire is not the ones that are saying that you cannot have cannabis and have a firearm at the same time, so this would actually do nothing about second-class citizens or what that was about. And if I know, Mr. Speaker, that we would have to have 2/3 in order to even pass this bill today, would I now vote red to keep it on the table? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The question is whether to remove House Bill 1446 from the table. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, press the green button. Opposed, press the red. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Simpson. Freeze.
Have all members present had an opportunity to vote? The House will attend to the state of the vote. 81 in the affirmative, 270 in the negative. Motion fails. The majority of the Committee on Finance, to which was referred House Bill 1809 FN, an act authorizing the medical use of psilocybin through a program established in the Department of Health and Human Services. Having considered the same, report the same with the following resolution. Resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Representative Rich Nalavanko from the majority of the committee. The minority of the committee, having considered the same and being unable to agree with the majority, report with the recommendation that the bill ought to pass with amendment. Representative Daniel Popovici Muller from the minority of the committee. Representative Polozov is recognized to speak against the committee report.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in opposition to the ITL motion. Health, Human Services and Elderly Affairs Committee unanimously supported this life-saving legislation. How can we possibly put a price tag on even one life saved? But let's do it anyway. Next year, New Hampshire will lose more than 220 granite status to suicide. Every suicide carries direct economic cost to our state approaching or exceeding $1 million. And what about the immense suffering caused by treatment-resistant depression, a condition that psilocybin has proven remarkably effective at alleviating? Right now, New Hampshire is already spending millions of dollars every year caring for treatment-resistant depression instead of curing it. Even if this program starts slow and saves only one life initially, that single life saved will return millions of dollars to our economy over the person's remaining lifespan. Do not be discouraged by this unfair fiscal note. This bill actually saves money. Pass this life-saving legislation helping our veterans and other citizens suffering from treatment-resistant depression. Vote red.
Representative Scher is recognized to speak against the committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to reassure the Speaker that over lunch I reduced my speech to less than 37 minutes. So. HB 1809 does two things. One, it sets up an advisory board to study the possible creation of a therapeutic psilocybin program. And two, it launches a very small pilot program. The medical community has known for a long time that there are certain mental health issues that are very resistant to treatment. It can be treatment-resistant depression, it can be PTSD in veterans, it can be PTSD in sexual assault survivors, it can be certain kinds of substance abuse, people who are dealing with substance abuse. Recently, in the last 5 to 10 years, a number of well-respected researchers, for example, at Johns Hopkins, have found that therapeutic use of psilocybin, microdoses of psilocybin, have been valuable in treating treatment-resistant depression and PTSD. This program sets up an advisory board that of experts from around the country. It's not going to cost money because it allows for electronic meetings of the board. To decide over the next 2 years, starting July 1st of 2027, whether it makes sense to have a therapeutic psilocybin program in New Hampshire, and what does it look like? We know it shouldn't look like the medical marijuana program for a host of reasons I won't get into. That's what this bill is about. So I ask you to vote no on the ITL, so an amendment can be made that simplifies the bill and moves any appropriation to the next budget cycle. And I ask for a division vote. And I came in somewhat less than 37 minutes.
Representative Nalivayko is recognized to speak for the committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of the ITL motion on House Bill 1809 FN, which some have affectionately nicknamed the Magic Mushroom Bill. Mr. Speaker and colleagues, members of the majority of the Finance Committee, as well as other members of the committee, identified several issues and challenges in the bill as presented. First and foremost, while members of DHHS took no position on the merits of the bill, in their direct testimony, they noted that DHHS would be responsible for providing administrative support for the advisory board established by the bill, which they said would require the upfront addition of one new administrator plus one new program administrator at an estimated cost of $260,000 per year and annually thereafter, with no provision in the bill for this funding in the current budget and no authorization for the new positions, thus solely relying on general funds. Considering this, DHHS would face significant challenges in staffing and related costs in creating the required regulatory measures, especially in light of coping with a $51 million back of the budget reduction and a hiring freeze. It was noted that DHHS currently had more than 200 unfilled positions. There was some consensus on the committee that notwithstanding the possible merits of the bill, that there were many other areas that would have a much higher priority for an additional general fund expenditure of $250,000 in the first full year, followed by $225,000 and $236,000 in the second and third years. Other issues and concerns raised by the committee members during testimony by the prime sponsor included the statement that this program had no identifiable outside sources of near-term nor longer-term funding, and the likely number of potential participants in the program, while unknown, was likely to be small. Also, the fact that this is basically a research program on a Schedule I substance under the Federal Controlled Substance Act means that data on the benefits and outcomes is not extensive nor definitive. The conclusion of the majority was that the financial expenditure in the current environment was not justified at this time, resulting in a recommendation of ITL. Mr. Speaker, I suggest that my colleagues support the motion of ITL by now pressing the green button. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions. The majority committee report of inexpedient to legislate on House Bill 1809 and a division vote's been requested. Members, take your seats. The question is the Majority Committee Report of Inexpedience to Legislate on House Bill 1809. Representative Chelerski is recognized for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that therapeutic psilocybin has shown to be effective in treatment-resistant depression and PTSD for patients including veterans, victims of sexual abuse, and those battling substance use disorder, and if I know that this bipartisan bill already passed this body once, and an amendment will be brought forward to simplify the bill and address any financial concerns, then I would press the red button to allow the introduction of the minority amendment. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Weiler is recognized for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that this bill establishes an advisory board to monitor magic mushrooms, a Schedule I substance under federal law, and if I further know this advisory board will consist of people outside of New Hampshire, require 2 staff members to administer, and cost $250,000 of general funds in the first year. Lastly, if I know that it's unclear how many people will benefit from this bill, and currently DHHS is still adjusting to budget cuts from last year, would I press the green button to support inexpedient to legislate? Thank you.
Questions, the Majority Committee Report of Inexpedient to Legislate on House Bill 1809. This is a division vote? Yeah, perfect. If you're in favor, press the green button. If you're opposed, press the red. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. Have all members present had an opportunity to vote? The House will attend to the state of the vote. 127 in the affirmative, 222 in the negative. The motion fails. Representative Popovici-Muller moves ought to pass. The minority amendment is 1201H, printed in House Record 12 on pages 26 through 28. Question is on adoption of the amendment. Division. This will be a division vote. Members, take your seats. The question is on the adoption of Amendment 1201H. Representative Chelerski is recognized for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that this amendment was drafted to address any concerns that the majority had, and it simplifies the bill significantly to just establish a medical advisory board that will set up the process, if appropriate, to design a program for medical use. And if I know that this amendment also changes the effective date, removing any need for an appropriation this biennium, then I would press the green button and support the amendment. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions on the adoption of Amendment 1201H. This is a division vote. If you're in favor, press the green button. Opposed, press the red. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. Have all members present had an opportunity to vote? The House will attend to the state of the vote. 248 in the affirmative, 101 in the negative. The amendment's adopted. Now the motion is ought to pass as amended. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed, nay? No. The ayes have it. The motion's adopted. The majority of the Committee on Ways and Means, to which was referred House Bill 1542 FN, an act allowing alternative compliance payments to the Renewable Energy Fund to be refunded to ratepayers on a per kilowatt hour basis. Having considered the same, report the same with the following amendment and the recommendation that the bill ought to pass with amendment. Representative Bill Ohm for the majority of the committee. The minority of the committee, having considered the same and being unable to agree with the majority, report with the following resolution: resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Representative Thomas Oppel for the minority of the committee. The amendment is 1085H, printed in House Record 12 on pages 22 to 23. Are you ready for the question on the amendment? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed, nay? No. The ayes have it. The amendment's adopted. Representative Wendy Thomas is recognized to speak against the committee report.
Mr. Speaker, 1.5 pages, but big print. Mr. Speaker, I rise today in strong opposition to House Bill 1542. This bill is being sold as a refund. It is being dressed up as relief, but let's be honest about what it actually does. It raids the Renewable Energy Fund and redirects money away from the very investments that help New Hampshire build a more stable, affordable, and resilient energy future. It is a penny-wise and pound-foolish policy. HB 1542 does not solve our energy challenges, it dodges them. The Renewable Energy Fund exists for a reason. It helps support solar, thermal, and other clean energy initiatives here in New Hampshire. It helps create the kind of forward-looking investments that lower costs over time, strengthen local energy independence, and prepare us for the realities of a rapidly changing world. This bill kneecaps that future. And what a reckless time to do it. Right now, I'm speaking. Right now,
the House will be in
I'm
order.
Still speaking. Right now, we are watching the disastrous effects of the Trump-led war in the Middle East ripple through.
We're so close. So the House will be in order, and the member, please, will try not to antagonize the House. And there's a really nice reception coming up. Have you ever had those like beef Wellington bites they have over there? I can't even find them anywhere. They're awesome. So let's just get through this together.
I am who I am. Ripple through global energy markets. As of March 2026, the conflict has driven major instability around the Strait of Hormuz, a choke point for roughly 1/5 of the world's oil supply. And oil and gasoline prices have surged as a result. Reuters and the Associated Press have both reported sharp spikes in fuel costs and growing fears of wider economic fallout. So what is our response here in New Hampshire? At the exact moment, the world is reminding us in flashing red lights of the danger of fossil fuel volatility and geopolitical dependence. This bill says, let's weaken our investments in renewable energy. Let's undercut programs that help people and communities reduce dependence on exactly the kinds of energy shocks we are now seeing play out in real time. This is not fiscal prudence. This is strategic malpractice. And let's talk about the so-called savings. The whole premise of this bill is that it would take alternative compliance payments that currently fund renewable energy programs and instead rebate them to the ratepayers on a per kilowatt hour basis. That may sound nice as a political slogan, but the actual effect is to strip support from programs that help low and moderate income families, small businesses, school districts, and towns and counties access solar and other energy improvements that lower all of our bills and our property taxes while offering tiny short-term rebates that do nothing to transform the underlying cost burden. Even bill summaries note that this would effectively cut funding for renewable energy fund programs, including low and moderate income solar efforts. We should not be gutting long-term public benefit programs in exchange for a political talking point. We should be building an energy system that is more local, more affordable, more resilient, and less vulnerable to the whims of international conflict, oil cartels, and political strongmen. We should be helping families lower their bills, not just this month, but for years to come. We should be investing in the future, not kneecapping it. House Bill 1542 moves us backwards. It tells New Hampshire that when the energy world gets more dangerous and unstable, our answer is to retreat from innovation and resilience. I reject that. I believe the people of this state deserve better than symbolic rebates and short-sighted policy. They deserve leadership that can see beyond the next headline and the next election cycle. Let's not rob our future to pretend that we are helping in the present. I urge you to vote no on House Bill 1542. And Mr. Speaker, I agree with the decision to make this a roll call vote.
Representative Ohms recognized to speak for the committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill, as amended, would gradually wind down the Renewable Energy Fund and refund the proceeds to ratepayers, lowering their electric bills. The refunds would start in the next fiscal year and are estimated to be about $6.4 million in the next fiscal year and continue until the fund is depleted. 4 administrative positions would be eliminated. However, the funding for the Office of Energy Innovation is maintained. Please vote green to lower electric rates for your consumers.
Representative Opal is recognized to speak against the committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, when I was first learning about speechwriting years ago, I was taught that you should start where your audience is and you should start with a couple of simple facts. So let me do that. Fact number 1 is New Hampshire is not a fossil fuel producing state. There are no oil rigs in any of our 10 counties. Fact number 2 is I think we would all agree that free markets work best when there is competition. But House Bill 1542 doesn't just ignore those 2 facts, it aggressively moves us in the opposite direction, and it will cost the state of New Hampshire. Even as artificial intelligence is advancing, this bill is directing us to invest in the Pony Express. Rather than investing in energy sources and jobs here in New Hampshire, like solar, wind, geothermal, even nuclear, House Bill 1542 wants to steal that investment to support fossil fuels produced far, far away from our borders and that are priced globally. As previously was mentioned, we've seen those prices rise in just the past few weeks. It was 80 cents at the gas pump in just a few weeks. It's $1 or more for heating fuel, and we have no control over that.
We also know that solar and wind energy will be producing right here in New Hampshire long after the last oil and gas wells run dry. Now, there's an awful lot of talk about subsidies, but the fact of the matter is the fossil fuel industry is among the most subsidized industries in the world. And by eliminating energy competition, as this bill seeks to do, House Bill 1542 is, in a sense, creating a new subsidy for oil and gas. It is the very definition of picking winners and losers. Renewable energy, again a fact, has and will continue to outpace fossil fuels in job creation right here in New Hampshire. Currently, 2/3 of all energy jobs here in the Granite State are involved with renewable energy, and the gap continues to grow. Competition in energy markets will result in far more savings to consumers and the state than the pennies a month this bill proposes to refund to ratepayers. I urge this body to follow the laws of economics, the logic of free markets, and the fundamental understanding that while New Hampshire is not a fossil fuel producer, we can be a leader in producing renewable energy. You don't build a strong economy for the future on short-term rebates and long-term neglect. I urge this body to reject House Bill 1542 and choose real financial stewardship over political gimmicks. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Wendy Thomas requests a roll call. Is that sufficiently seconded? It is. This will be a roll call vote. Members, take your seats. The question is the majority committee report about to pass with amendment. Representative Kaplan is recognized for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that this bill kills the Renewable Energy Fund, that increases self-sufficient energy and lowers bills for school districts, towns, counties, small businesses, and working families. Mr. Speaker, if I further know that killing the Renewable Energy Fund, which lowers electric prices long-term for all users in order to send back pennies on individual monthly electric bills, is not a sound financial decision by any measure. And finally, if I know that now is not the time for doubling down on our fossil fuel addiction, as we are about to embark on a war in Iran, that will send prices for fossil fuels through the roof for the foreseeable future. Would I now press the common sense red button so that a better motion can be made? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Ulrey is recognized for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And only one page, large type.
That's good. I forgot my lighter.
Mr. Speaker, if I know this bill as a fact and as amended moves New Hampshire forward, gradually winding down the underutilized Renewable Energy Fund and refunds the proceeds to our neighbors and our ratepayers, lowering their electric bills by an estimated $6.4 million in fiscal year 2027. And if I know administrative costs would be reduced, thus reducing the cost to operate state government, again saving money for our neighbors, and if I know that the funding for the Office of Energy Innovation would still be maintained, allowing private sector innovation and research to grow, ensuring free market, broad sector, effective, exciting, new, and cutting-edge development to take place. Would I then push the green button for ought to pass?
The question is a majority committee report of ought to pass as amended. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, press the green button. Opposed, press the red. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. Have all members present had an opportunity to vote? The House will attend to the state of the vote. 189 in the affirmative, 162 in the negative. Committee reports adopted. For what reason does a member rise?
To make a motion, Mr. Speaker?
Sure, go ahead.
I move that the debate on HB 1542 be printed in the permanent journal.
Motion is to place the debate on 1542 in the permanent journal. Without objection, so ordered. The Committee on Ways and Means, to which was referred House Bill 1655 FN, establishing a funding source for maintaining state-owned dams, comes to us without recommendation. Representative Janigian moves inexpedient to legislate. Representative Darby's for what reason does a member rise?
To make a motion?
You may make your motion.
I would like to table this bill.
Representative Janigian moves to lay House Bill 1655 on the table. And a division's been requested. Members, oh, he'll see your table and raise you a roll call. Is that sufficiently seconded? It is. This will be a roll call vote. Members, take your seats. The question is whether to lay House Bill 1655 on the table. Representative Janigian is recognized for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know at the core of this tax increase is a fairness issue, because the tax would be applied to those who own property around a dam, but yet those who don't live on that dam, who boat on it, to swim on it, to enjoy the view, they would not pay this tax. And also, those who live downstream would benefit from the dam, and they don't pay the tax either. So to tax just a few people is very unfair, and I would urge you to press green to table this bill.
Representative Darby is recognized for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know this body passed House Bill 1655 a few weeks ago on a vote of 208 to 146 because the members understand the essential need to maintain the state-owned dams behind the lakes, which are vital to New Hampshire's tourism industry and the way of life. And Mr. Speaker, if I know it's cheaper to remove a dam, like the Hadley Falls Dam, than repair it, and the $16 million it takes to keep dams safe will require a wide variety of funding sources from everyone that benefits from the lakes, like the fee increase to boaters passed earlier today. And finally, Mr. Speaker, if I know the $100 lakefront fee asks those who benefit most from the lakes with an abundance of recreational activities and sustaining property values to pay their fair share, then would I now press the red button against the tabling motion so that we can go on to pass the bill and add another $3 million to the all of the above funding solution to save the state-owned dams and the national and the natural beauty of the lakes they provide. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The question is whether to lay House Bill 1655 on the table. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, press the green button. Opposed, press the red. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Howard.
Have all members present had an opportunity to vote? The House will attend to the state of the vote. 187 in the affirmative, 161 in the negative, 1655 is laid on the table. Yep. The chair recognizes a member from Auburn, Representative Osborne, for the third reading motion.
Resolved that the House now adjourn from the early session, that the business of the late session be in order at the present time, that the reading of bills be by title only and resolutions by caption only, and that all bills ordered to third reading be read a third time by this resolution, that all titles of bills be the same as adopted, and that they be passed at the present time, and when the House adjourns today, it be to meet at the call of the chair.
The question's on the third reading motion. You ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed, nay? The ayes have it. The motion's adopted. The House will attend to announcements. Representative Hunt is recognized for an announcement.
Okay, don't hurry out of town yet. There's an important event going on over at the Doubletree. It actually has been going on longer than I have been a representative. So you don't want to miss the auto dealers event, and that's happening right now. That's my first announcement. My second announcement is almost as good. We will have Tartan Day in 2 weeks. So time to get your kilts dry cleaned and ready to go.
Chair recognizes the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Please, just a reminder, if you haven't cleaned out your seat pockets, we usually do go through and pull out the papers after session. However, many of you, like myself, that like candy, have left candy wrappers in their seat pockets, and I need you to get those out because I can't get my hands in there. So please, remove your trash. Thank you.
The House will attend to requests for unanimous consent. Representative George is recognized on International Women's Month. If you're going to be leaving, even though we still have business to do, please do it quietly so that the member can be heard.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First, before I start my speech, I'm ready for March 8th was International Women's Day. Really, I'm very remarkable for that day and especially for this month of March. And all the women are here as the lawmakers. Really thank you for for the work you guys are doing, because those women, they fight for us today for the women to stand and do what we are doing. That's why. Mr. Speaker, honorable colleague, oh my goodness, I can see. I rise, oh, I can see. Yeah. I don't know. Maybe I tell you the Thank you. I rise today with a heart full of gratitude to recognize International Women's Day, March 8, 2026, celebrated under the theme, Give to Gain. This theme reminds us of a truth rooted in Scripture: when we sow generously, we reap abundantly. When we give to uplift women, we gain stronger family, stronger communities, and a more just world. Today, I stand here humbled and deeply thankful for the unity shown by this honorable body when you voted H.R. 26. Your support was not only a legislative action, it was a prophetic act. It was a declaration that peace is possible, that justice still matters, and that the cries of the vulnerable do not fall on their ear, on a deaf ear. For more than 3 decades, the women and the girls of the Democratic Republic of Congo have endured unimaginable suffering. Their bodies have been used as battlegrounds, their dignity violated, their voice silenced. Yet they continue to rise. They continue to hope. They continue to pray. And through your vote, this House spoke back to the women of the Congo: we hear you, we see you, we have not forgotten you. As someone who left the Congo in 1990, and has carried these stories in my spirit for over 30 years, I know that today's action is more than symbolic. It is a seed of restoration, a seed of healing, a seed of peace. And I believe by faith that God will water this seed and bring forth fruit in His time. On this International Women's Day, we honor women across the world, but today I especially honor the women and girls of the Congo. Their resilience is a testimony. Their endurance is a prayer. Their survival is a miracle. Give to gain teach us that when we give our voice to the voiceless, we gain a more compassionate world. When we give our courage to confront injustice, we gain the possibility of peace. And when we give our hearts to the suffering, we gain the blessing of being instruments of God's healing. Mr. Speaker, honorable colleague, thank you for giving too generously. May God continue to guide this House with wisdom, compassion, and unity. Thank you. May God bless you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
For what reason does a member rise?
For a motion, Mr. Speaker,
State your motion.
I move that the remarks be printed in the permanent journal.
Without objection, so ordered. Representative Vos is recognized in a remembrance of Bataan and Corregidor. Never mind. Representative Bill Boyd is recognized. Profound Autism Day.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, I rise, and I ask that my comments do be accepted for unanimous consent. Two constituents reached out to me last month asking me to do what I can do to raise awareness regarding Profound Autism Day. And I'm very gracious that Governor Ayotte named Profound Autism Day this past March 17th to bring about awareness to this particular issue. I'd like to read the proclamation right now. The state of New Hampshire, by Her Excellency Kelly A. Ayotte, Governor, a proclamation in the year of our Lord 2026, Profound Autism Day, March 17th, 2026, whereas profound autism is a form of autism characterized by significant communication challenges, intellectual disability, and a need for substantial lifelong support. And whereas individuals' awareness and understanding of profound autism are essential to ensuring that individuals receive the services, support, and opportunities necessary to live a fulfilling and dignified lives. And whereas families, caregivers, educators, medical professionals, and advocates across New Hampshire work tirelessly to support individuals with profound autism and promote inclusion, compassion, and opportunity within our communities. And whereas recognizing Profound Autism Day provides an opportunity to raise awareness, foster understanding, and reaffirm our commitment to supporting individuals with profound autism and their families across the Granite State. Now therefore, I, Kelly Ayotte, Governor of the State of New Hampshire, do hereby proclaim March 17th, 2026 as Profound Autism Day in the state of New Hampshire and encourage all citizens to increase awareness, promote understanding, and support individuals with profound autism and the families and caregivers who stand beside them each day. In testimony whereof, I have unto set my hand and caused the seal of the state of New Hampshire to be affixed this 17th day of March 2026, Kelly A. Ayotte, Governor. In conclusion, I really want to thank my constituents, Ashley and her son, Alexander, for bringing this issue to my attention. In creating awareness for a Profound Autism Day, we recognize the families, the friends, and the caregivers to the people with profound autism who truly honor the dignity of every individual daily. And we thank them for their continual commitment and service to every individual challenged with profound autism. Thank you very much, and thank you, Mr. Speaker.
For what reason does the member rise?
Thank you. I move that the member's remarks be placed in the permanent journal.
Without objection, so ordered. And Representative Wilhelm is recognized. American Recreation. Did I get that right?
Yes, you did, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to celebrate America's pastime and Major League Baseball's opening day. And something we can all get behind. It's a moment that, for generations of Americans, today marks not just the start of a season, but the arrival of spring, of renewal, and hope. There are few traditions in our country that so seamlessly connect past to present, young to old, and community to community. In New Hampshire, we know this feeling well. Whether it's a game of catch in the backyard, a Little League field on a Saturday morning, an evening at Delta Dental Stadium or historic Holman Stadium, or gathering with family, friends, or colleagues to watch the first pitch of the season at 4:05 this afternoon. To help us reflect on what makes this day so meaningful, I'd like to share a passage written by a Granite State resident and an American treasure, Walpole, New Hampshire's very own Ken Burns, from his landmark 1994 PBS documentary, Baseball. It measures just 9 inches in circumference, weighs only about 5 ounces, and is made of cork, wound with woolen yarn, covered with 2 layers of cowhide, and stitched by hand precisely 216 times. It travels 60 feet, 6 inches from the pitcher's mound to home plate, and it can cover that distance at nearly 100 miles an hour. Along the way, it can be made to twist, spin, curve, wobble, rise, or fall away. The bat is made of turned ash, less than 42 inches long, not more than 2 3/4 inches in diameter. The batter has only a few thousandths of a second to decide to hit the ball. And yet players who fail 7 times out of 10 are considered the game's greatest heroes. It is played everywhere, in parks and playgrounds, in prison yards, in back alleys and farmer fields, by small children and by old men, and this summer, by women in the inaugural season of the Women's Professional Baseball League, including Bedford, New Hampshire's own Maggie Fox, daughter of Representative Lauren Fox. It's played by raw amateurs and millionaire professionals. It's a leisurely game that demands blinding speed. The only game where the defense has the ball. It follows the seasons, beginning each year with the fond expectancy of springtime and ending with the hard facts of autumn. Americans have played baseball for more than 200 years, while they conquered a continent, warred with one another and with enemies abroad, struggled over labor and civil rights, and the meaning of freedom. At the game's heart lie mythic contradictions, a pastoral game born in crowded cities, an exhilarating democratic sport that tolerates cheating and has excluded as many as it has included, a profoundly conservative game that sometimes manages to be years ahead of its time. It is an American odyssey that links sons and daughters to fathers and grandfathers, and it reflects a host of age-old American tensions between workers and owners, scandal and reform, the individual and the collective. It is a haunted game where each player is measured by the ghosts of those who have gone before. Most of all, it's about time and timelessness, speed and grace, failure and loss, imperishable hope and coming home. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's time to play ball.
And for what reason does a member rise?
I'd like to make a motion, Mr. Speaker.
State your motion.
I'd like to move that the remarks we just heard be placed in the permanent journal.
Without objection, so ordered. Representative Walsh moves that the House stand in recess for the purposes of introduction of bills, enrolled bill amendments, enrolled bill reports, vacate motions, receiving messages, and forming committees of conference. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed, nay. Ayes have it, the motion is adopted. The House is in recess to the call of the chair.